2021 서울 커피 엑스포 미래 커피 컨퍼런스
To 2021 Coffee EXPO the Future Coffee Conference. Up next, we are having the fourth day of this conference. Let me greet you. My name is Go, MC of this conference. Starting from 14th of July, we started this conference. So let me give you housekeeping announcement. Please take a seat. So for the 4 days, we have a excellent lecture prepared. Still, we have 3 lectures left for the last day. So please stay with us until the end. In particular, we are providing a free the entrance as well as a free watching of this exhibition. So if you are not able to enjoy much, please come in. And also if you cannot come to this conference, please enjoy YouTube watching. So we have the sessions which will enrich our last day of conference. First session of this day is the coffee penetration in different markets worldwide from a hotelier and coffee shop owner point of view. And the second session is that the community branding strategy of coffee. And also the last one is the coffee machine and the grinder, whether the grinder affects the taste of coffee. Those are the topics of the sessions that we prepare for today. So let me introduce the first session. It will be the last, the English lecture that we prepare for this conference. So for the audience here, I'd like to give you the introduction. Please use your receiver for the translation. So let me introduce the first speaker. The speaker is the Professor de Miguel Teles de Menezes of Usong University. Professor Miguel Menezes is a professor at the Usong University for Restaurant Entrepreneurship, SARAS. So he's talking about the coffee penetration in different markets worldwide and from a hotelier and coffee shop owner point of view. Please welcome him.
Fantastic. Good morning, everybody. Annyeonghaseyo. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming today, for attending to this conference. During this conference, if you have any question, please feel free to raise your hand and ask your questions, because the reason I'm here today is because of you. All right, so this conference, we're going to start with the introduction. Then I would like to share the MZ trends in South Korea. And in the end, last but not least, we have the coffee penetration in different markets, sharing best practices. I only intend to talk about markets that I know, meaning Portugal, a little bit of Japan, and Indonesia. Well, so to introduce myself, my name is Miguel, as you know by now, and basically I've been working for a very long time in hospitality. So I work all around the world, from Portugal to London to the United States, from there to Singapore, Myanmar, Bahamas, Santa Fe, Bali, Switzerland, Tokyo, and now beautiful Korea. I have a master in food service management by Cornell University, and also I'm very passionate about wine. And I do believe that wine and coffee are very similar in many ways, especially when it comes to tasting. And I have a brewing certificate from Specialty Coffee Association, intermediate level for sensory, for brewing, and for roasting. Unfortunately for Q grader, I'm just missing the Africa cupping. I'll get there. All the rest, it's good. About my experience in the past years, I've been working with luxury hospitality as a director of food and beverage. So I operate several restaurants and bars and weddings and coffee shops inside the hotel. And also, I'm the owner of the Coop Cafe in Bali, we are mainly specialized in Indonesia specialty coffee. Same time, I have a small coffee farm that I call it a demo farm that is called Dibon Organic Coffee Farm and Processing Center. But I will share a little bit more details along the way. Please, if you have any question along the conference, don't be shy. You raise your hand, ask your questions. I'm here because of you. So, today, I want to start sharing about the MZ generation. And MZ, mainly millennials, are the ones who are born between 1981 to 1996. I'm a millennial, by the way. And then, of course, the Z, that are the 97 onward. And I come up with this study because at Usong University, for the first time, we decided to put in the curriculum the specialty coffee class. So, hospitality, many times, we do have wine classes. How about coffee? Why is coffee not there? So, we managed to implement the coffee curriculum for the first time in the university. And in this study, because I do my classes, what I call a flip chart, it means I ask my students, what do you want to learn about this class? Like I'm asking you, what do you want to learn from this conference? And then I adjust to their needs. When I start the class, they wanted to learn about roasting, sensory, cupping, brewing. And we started like that. We even had a small class about roasting. But as you know, we have a new reality now with the COVID-19, so we had to change the class. And then I give options, and I had two options. One of the options, the students wanted to understand what are the new trends and new needs from the MZ generation in South Korea. The other option, the students wanted to do a OSNE, that is to find what kind of material do you need for your coffee shop. Roasting machine, brewers, everything. Very good. So, on this case, we ask mainly young students, and you can see the age, 88.4% are young students, and 7.2 are between 40 and 50. So this is with a total of 69 people answering this survey. Following by, we ask the students how many cups do they drink per week. And we come up that 1 to 2 times a week, 31.9% of the students of the young generation, they consume coffee. 26.1 drink between 3 to 4 times. And then we saw there was 17.4 that are actually regular drinkers of coffee. That being said, I think there is a huge market for us as a hotelier, restaurateur, entrepreneur, coffee shop owners to try to move the people who drink 1 to 2 or the ones that don't drink any coffee at all to start to become a regular drinkers of coffee. But that I cannot do alone. I'm trying to share my knowledge about coffee with the new generation, and you are the ones that are going to make all the magic. So thank you for that. Well, and then we start to look into what kind of flavors do the students and the young generation like. And we realize that sweetness was one of the most important flavors for the young generation, because 52.2% prefer sweetness when they have a cup of coffee. And then we realized that we had the soft, meaning on the a light flavor, and we have savory, means a more complex flavor. So this brings us that when you have your own coffee shop, you have to probably go for something sweet. Here we definitely talk about Arabica, with the bricks level of sweetness quite high. But at the same time, you can do two options. One a little bit more complex and one a little bit more soft. So here, I was a little bit confused. I asked the students, so what is your favorite drink? And 40% of the students, they prefer ice Americano. This I couldn't understand why. I had to ask questions. And then I understood that in South Korea, actually people go for a meeting and they go, get me ice Americano. So then I understood why this is the most famous drink in this country for the young generation. And then here I was surprised that 13.3 are actually going for espresso. That's very high. And the cafe latte has 12%. And here, we also need to talk about pricing. So we realized that 47.1% of the students of the young generation are willing to pay between 3.5 to 4,000 Korean won. We realized that 32.4 are willing to pay 3,000, and then we have people, 16.2, that are willing to pay between 4.5 to 5. And this is our good news, because I think we can still organize a really good quality coffee. Here, maybe some Kenya, some Brazil, with a great value for the money, and provide an amazing quality to our new consumers. Another question that was asked to the young generation is, if you can customize your coffee, will you do it? And yes, definitely yes. So we can see that customization is also a new trend in the business, with 63.8% of the persons asking for customization. And customizations could be simple things. For example, when I ask, would you like an espresso, single or double? Do you want more sweetness or do you want more body to have different blends? Could be, do you like some more acidity when you drink your V60? Should I increase my water temperature? So all these kind of questions are called customization to our customers. And then we also ask them if there are any inconvenience while they use the cafes around the university. And we realized that many people, they were fine. They are perfectly fine going outside of the university to look for a good cup of coffee. And here I was very surprised that what is the inconvenience is the coffee quality. And I think you should give a round of applause to yourself if you are from South Korea, because it means that the new generation, they are asking, they are demanding for coffee quality. And this is great to see. I'm Portuguese. In my country, we drink commercial coffee, espresso, and it costs less than $1, and the young generation is happy with that. In South Korea, you are demanding for coffee of quality, specialty, quality coffee. Well, long story short, we talk about the MZs mainly on their 20s. The big trend is 1 to 2 cups per week. They love the ice Americano. They love sweetness. They love customization. They are willing to pay 3,500 to 4,000, and coffee quality is what they demand, what they want to have in their cup. So the reason I'm presenting this to you today is because I do not have enough knowledge about the South Korean market. So we made a small research. So I must say that this study was conducted during the specialty coffee classes by Jang Nang-yong and Ji-soo Wang. So they are my students, and they are the one who conduct this study and this research. I would like to know, regarding this study, is there any question you have, any curiosity you have from your side? All good? Okay, very good. So I'll move forward. Here, I would like to talk a little bit about Indonesia. So as you know, Indonesia is a huge country, and they are one of the biggest producers of coffee all around the world. And also exporters after Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia. here, I want to introduce you my coffee shop. On the left side is called the Coop Roaster and Cafe. And I will tell you the history. So basically, I used to be a director of food and beverage for a luxury 5-star hotel. I was opening in Bali. We had 7 restaurants inside. And I was going everywhere around Bali looking for good quality Balinese coffee. Everywhere I go, they talk about Ethiopia, Kenya. Okay, it's okay, but how about Balinese coffee? Oh, Balinese coffee, they told me, is not good. It's more on the commercial side. I say, okay. I keep looking, and then I found one business owner, and what she was doing, she had this coffee shop, and she was specializing herself in Balinese coffee. So I say, okay, if I'm going to buy my coffee, I'm going to buy from here. It was also maybe 10 minutes walk from my hotel, 3 minutes on a motorcycle. So I start buying the coffee from this coffee shop to the hotel. After a while, she told me, okay, Miguel, you are here every day. You start to go to the farms. You start to talk with the farmers. You are discovering new farms. You are coming to the coffee shop and roasting. Why not you take over and you become one of the business owners? And you buy 50%. Say, okay, let's do that. I'm very happy. This is my passion. My days off, this is what I used to do. Roast, go to the farm, discover new farmers, check the processing, taste. So this was maybe 5 years ago. Here I want to share with you from a hotelier point of view, as director of food and beverage. At the hotel in Bali, we were very lucky because we were opening, and my boss was very wise. So I had to prove to him, I want to buy my machines. As you know, we have 2 options. One option is the person who sells me the coffee also give me the machine, and they increase the price of the beans. Is this clear? The other option is you buy your machine, and then you can buy any beans you want. So I had to make a small study. I had to present to my finances department, and I had to convince them, let's go and invest all this money into the coffee shops, into the coffee machines. I was successful. However, from a hotelier point of view, you need to convince your finance department to buy it, because it's a big investment. A coffee machine, as you know, is not cheap. One might cost 10,000. I think we bought 5. So it's a big investment. So there is a hotelier point of view that we need to have in mind here. In my coffee shop, we started specialty coffee from Bali. After, we start also roasting. After, we start farming. Because you need to keep innovating. You need to keep improving. If you don't do that, competition will do better, and then you become a dinosaur. You become outdated. So here, I want to show some of the best practices. In my generation, the millennials, we look a lot into TripAdvisor. This is all around the world. So I look in TripAdvisor when I am in USA, in Europe, in Japan. So all around the world, TripAdvisor, it's very good. And it's good for another reason. Because the TripAdvisor gives me feedback. A complaint is a gift. If the customer tells me, oh, the coffee was too bitter, I start to get too many of these complaints, I go and check to try to understand what is the challenge. But I must tell you that the new generation, they look at blogs. When they travel somewhere, they're going to look at the blog and see what the blogger talks about the place. So things are a little bit changing here. And you need to adjust to the market. Maybe if you are in South Korea, you need to promote the... just a moment, please. So like close or? Okay. So as I was mentioning, the new generation, they look into blogs. I do apologize for the resolution of the files. There is always space for improvement, so the team is aware, and they are making a fantastic job to try to adjust the resolution, so then you can see it better. My apologies from my side. Well, So just a second, they will do it. Meantime, is there any question you have so far? Anything that you'd like to ask? Well, in Korea, I never operate any cafe. I can see, without knowing so well Korean market, I can see a few challenges and a few opportunities. I think the labor cost is tough because in Bali the salaries are quite low, so it's much more easier. But when it comes to Korea, the labor cost and the minimum salary in this country is quite high, so there is a challenge there. As well, there is a difference because if you are in Indonesia, in Bali, it's a coffee producing country. So you can go directly to the farm, you can organize experiences, you can bring it to your coffee shop. So it's much easier. In Korea, you do have to bring the coffee. And that is a complication that I will mention later. Well, so about the Coop. We are a coffee grower, processor, and roaster, ultimate coffee geek, a honest creator in Bali, little happiness maker, a Bali addict, and a dreamer. And as I was mentioning to you, also we need to do for the quality. So it's good that you test always your coffee. Here we have a refractometer, and we are measuring the total dissolved solids to make sure we have consistency and quality for our customers. Here, I want to talk about Airbnb experiences, and I see these exist in Korea. And I must tell you, I used to make a very good revenue for the shop out of this, around $2,000 per month, teaching people about specialty coffee, about latte art, about espresso brewing extraction, about roasting and brewing. And I think the price was still very reasonable because if you compare with another courses you have for coffee, this is still a very good value for the money. But I do see this as an opportunity in Korea. And when I Google sometimes in Airbnb, I don't see many experiences from coffee shops in this country. So I think this is definitely an opportunity. Something also that is realistic is, as you know, these sites, they take commissions. So you have to pay a little bit of Airbnb to promote what you are doing. But if you promote directly on your website, or if you promote to your customers, then that fee comes to you and don't go to another third-party companies. So here, I think is also a best practice I want to share, is about the Instagrammable. So I think nowadays, the young generation, the first thing they do is they ask for the Wi-Fi when they are traveling, or they're going to ask, okay, where can I take a nice picture to put on the Instagram? So I think it's very important for any coffee shop anywhere in the world to have an Instagram spot and also to make nice latte art that the customers are happy, because this is social media. They post, they advertise, people will come. This will generate extra business and popularity. A new trend, and this is not only in Indonesia, Japan, Portugal, this is all around the world, in Korea. And I see many expositions nowadays here in COEX that they are promoting sustainability with eco-friendly products. I'll just give you some examples. So on the left side, we are involving the local community. So we have a local artist that came, paint, so you should support your local community. And I think that's something that you should always look for when you are, as a guest, go and drink from a local coffee shop. Why go for a brand, in my opinion? So promote and support your local community. The Instagram spot, as I was mentioning. And here, I start to see also in this exposition, we have some glass straws, but this was 5 years ago. So I'm happy to see in this exposition today someone selling this kind of glass straws because, for example, in Japan, when I was a director of food and beverage, I stopped in the hotel to use plastic straws As we know, the world is going into a sustainability way. So that's the path to go. There is no other way. And that affects any person on Earth, this generation and the next. As well, I think it's good to do customization. So I buy this nice piece of food and then I, again, support a local artist. His name is Ioannis. And Ioannis, he made the sizzling with the logo on the wood. When it comes to glassware, I don't have a picture here, but some of my glasses, they are actually made of old bottles of wine or old bottles of water. So there is an artist in the neighborhood, and what he does, he cuts the glass from an old bottle of wine or an old bottle of water, and then he put our logo into that glass. So again, reuse, recycle. I think this is a new trend everywhere. And you can make many products out of the leftovers of coffee. I see in this exposition people make vases, but many other things you can do. In this case, we make soaps. Well, I also think you need to have a meaningful branding. I'm not sure if anybody on this room have been to Bali. If you've been to Bali, please raise your hand. Okay, very good. So, oh, perfect. So, if you've been to Bali, you will know that the Balinese, from the morning to the evening, they make what they call the upacara. So, they give a ceremony to their gods. So, in this packaging, we start to represent the upacara on our coffee to sell the coffee beans roasted. At the same time, we have the Agung mountain. That's the highest mountain in Bali. And when the Balinese, they give their offerings, they do turn to Mount Agung and they share their prayers. So I think meaningful branding is important. Again, in supporting a local artist and promoting what the country has best to offer. And I believe nowadays that people are going green again. You don't want to have a car that is a big petrol. Now you want to go on the green side. So the same comes when it comes to meaningful branding. Then we talk about coffee penetration, and then we talk about international markets. So this depends where you are in the world. Imagine if I am in Korea at the moment, I have to focus on my local market because the international is not coming, even in Jeju. As we know, the borders, they are kind of limited and restricted at this moment. So, in Bali, if you've been to Bali, I know some of you did, we live a lot on international customers visiting the island. So, it's very important to promote in the overseas market. In this case, we have a very famous TV presenter from South Korea. They came, they made movies, they talk about it, and then they showcase on the television. So I think that is important for you to promote in different markets overseas. However, and what is more and more important nowadays, especially because we are in a different times, is to focus as well on your local market. Because as we saw, the borders have closed, and then the business are struggling. However, if you do have a local market, a strong local market, you can survive, at least for a while, and even you can improve and increase your quality. So here we have a lot of job, and I think this is a new trend all around the world, to invite bloggers to come, take pictures, talk about it, to get the local websites to write about what we do. I think this is a must, and this is an ongoing job that needs to be done. When I live in Japan, in the hotel, when we invite the TV to come, then the reservations, they used to come up very high. So, but that we had to pay. In this case, I try to don't pay as much as possible. But marketing and promotion is definitely important, anywhere in the world. Well, then I think you need to have meaningful partnerships. And here we started with the most famous fine dining restaurant in Bali. This is the only one in the San Pellegrino Guide in Indonesia. So what we did was, and I think this is an opportunity for coffee shop owners in South Korea, is we went to their restaurant, we showed our product, they tasted it, and we recommended, how about in the end of your meal, you ask your customer, would you like some coffee? Do you want sweet or bitter? And you make the brewing in front of the customer as a show. The customer will make the Instagram. The customer will post. The experience will be high. So I see an opportunity here. And also I saw some hotels in Japan when I was living there. They were actually using specialty coffee in their fine dining restaurant. I strongly believe this is the future. And I see nowadays the trend is mixology and the best bars in the world. I'm still waiting to see when it will be the best coffee shop in the world and the best baristas as a guide. So I think this is going to be the next 10 to 15 years, even less. And this is a trend, this is happening, this is here, this is now. Well, then I think it's also a lot about craftsmanship. So when you put your heart, your passion, and when you customize things, people definitely, they appreciate. Of course, in the customer service, in the connection, but also in the very small details that many times are handmade. Here, I talk a little bit about the farm, and I want to try to give you a vision from four different perspectives. So the first perspective is the coffee farmer. So the coffee farmer, he produces the coffee. And then, many times, he has to sell it to a cooperative. Many times. And in Bali is a special market, because being a small island, if the coffee farmer wants, he can actually directly sell his product to the coffee shops. And I know that many people, because I used to be in the mountains in Kintamani in my motorcycle, and I used to be the only one. And nowadays, if I go there, maybe before the pandemic, I will see many other foreigners. So it means the people who own restaurants, cafes, hotels, they go and they look for the coffee farmer and they bring the coffee all the way through. And here is about knowledge. If the coffee farmer knows how to make the processing, fully wash or natural or semi-wash by themselves, they can sell directly and they can make much more money, revenue. So this is one perspective. But this is only possible in places like Bali. So it's a kind of a unique case. If you are in the middle of Ethiopia with a small farm, then you might struggle to find customers to sell your product directly. Another point of view is from the processing side. So the processing, buy the coffee cherry and simply process it and resell it. Another point of view, it's from the coffee shop owner. The coffee shop owner also has to go and look for the good product. He has to put his craftsmanship in turning the raw product into a quality drink. It's a trilogy, as you know, processing, roasting, and brewing. On top of that, he has to find customers that go directly to the coffee shop, but as an action plan, he can also look for hotels and other restaurants to sell their products. And last, I see from the restaurant owner or from the hotel food and beverage division, then there is a quality that we do want, but there is also a cost that sometimes we need to manage. Because as you know, in a hotel, if the customer comes for breakfast, the breakfast many times, if it's a luxury hotel, it's free. So many times the finance department do not want to pay a lot of money for a good quality coffee for the breakfast, because it's going to cost a lot of money and there is no revenue coming. However, if you talk about lunch and dinner, I see an opportunity. What I did in Bali was, we start with the coffee shop and then we start to go to many farms, and then we found a really nice farmer. His name is Pak Salamat. And then we cooperate with him. So we rent the land for 10 years. For 10 years, the land belonged to us, and we are making experiences. What are experiences? As you know, a coffee shop to give fruit will take around 3 to 5 years. In Bali, now is improving, but at that time, people used to complain, oh, Balinese coffee is not quality coffee. So we wanted to show the world that it's possible to produce very good quality coffee in these islands. The altitude is not wow. Our altitude here is at 1,200 meters. As you know, as high as you go, the cherries struggle, and that struggle will bring higher quality coffee on the cup, on the cherry. The bricks, the sweetness will go up to 20, 21. So that's what you are looking for. What we did different was, we brought from Java, for the first time, Typica. As you know, Arabica Typica is one of the oldest varieties in the world that came from Ethiopia to Yemen, and by the Dutch from Yemen to the island of Java in Indonesia. So I fly to Java, I found a really nice farmer called Pak Joseph, and then we brought the seedlings by plane to Bali. I pick up at the market, straight to the farm. And nowadays we make experiences with them, and the Typica that has higher quality, lower yield, is actually doing very well. If this experience is successful, and is being successful so far, we're going to share it with the other farmers in Bali so they can also plant and produce it. And of course, you make different experience with different yeasts and also sustainability. So with the skin of the coffee, we don't need to throw it away. You can make tea. As you know, cascara is very popular nowadays. And we call it demo farm because it's not a mass production place. I must let you know that in Indonesia, the average producer has 1 hectare. Maybe if you look into Brazil, it's much, maybe 15 to 20 to 60 times higher. So Indonesia is micro lot and nano lot, means small production. And here I find challenges and opportunities. When I bring this coffee to Portugal, I brought to the Jopper factory. It's a Portuguese manufacturer of roasting machines, very good actually. So I brought to the Jopper factory, we roast the coffee there, and then I share with several specialty coffee owners, including some of the owners like David that went to the World Barista Championship. And they bought my coffee, but then they asked me, Miguel, we want more. And here, I do struggle from a small demo farm that we make experiences. I do struggle to bring this coffee to Europe because, as you know, to be commercial, viable, you need to get a container. A container is 18 tons, and that's a lot of cash into it. It's a big investment. So we never brought to Portugal. They tried it, they like it. We got some quotations to bring around 300 kilos, but was too high, and they told me, okay, this price is too high. It's difficult for us to buy at this price. However, for example, in Japan, people are very willing to buy small quantities of coffee, but they have to pay a very premium price. It doesn't mean that the quality will be equal to a top grade, a 95 cup specialty coffee cupping grade, but there is a history, there is a meaning, and there is Bali and what Bali represents and the best of what the island has to offer. Well, I think you always need to keep moving, and this comes from a food and beverage background. So in a restaurant, in a hotel, if we stop, I'm sorry, but we die. So we need to continue. We need to bring happiness. We need to bring new ideas. We need to bring innovation. We need to come up to new markets, try different things. So I always keep trying. And here, I've got some examples. So we have several markets that we organize regularly. Nowadays, the online is a trend. I see everybody buying everything online. So I believe these markets will go down and people order things online. It's a big increase after the pandemic. It's a new trend on the market. But, you know, if you can go and sell your coffee in Busan and then the next time you are in Jeju, you're going to get new customers. And then people, they try for the first time and second time they're going to order online. So I think if you own a coffee shop, I think this is a big trend, and I think you should do this as much as you can when the circumstances allow. Well, here, what I also strongly believe, in the end of the day, is all about customer satisfaction. I call this the balance scorecard management way. It means if your customers are happy, they're going to spend more money. If they spend more money, you as a owner, you'll be able to reinvest in your business. If you are able to, and you're also able to share the profits with your staff. If you do that, your staff is going to be more happy. They will have the latest materials to play around when they are using their roasting machine or when they are brewing. And then, at the same time, they are happy financial-wise. So they're going to share their happiness with the customers. So this is all related. And in the end of the day, in my point of view, as a food and beverage professional, is all about customer service. Customer service is the beginning of the building. You cannot start from the 10th floor. You start on the base, on the ground, taking care of your customers, sharing your love, sharing your passion, and then you can put the next step, and the next step, and the next step. But if the base is not solid, the building will collapse. So for me, this is still the base, is take care of your customers, share your love with your customers, listen to them. A complaint is a gift. When your customer is telling you that, oh, I don't like your coffee, is too bitter. Okay, thank you very much. Next time the customer comes, hey, I have two. One is the sweet and floral, and the other option, I got the strong and bitter. You can choose now. So listen to them, because they are the ones who are going to make the difference. And here is just a few comments that the customers do. And I strongly believe sharing is caring. You have to share it. Don't keep it for yourself. In a hotel, in a restaurant, in a coffee shop, we do a briefing. A briefing is a 10 to 15 minutes time that we share some of the comments from our customers to our staff. So they are the ones who bring this possible, who make this possible. So share with them. Like I made the study in the beginning about the trends in South Korea. In the end, I'm going to tell you who done this was my students, and I share the name of the students. So share, because your staff deserves recognition, and they are the ones who make the magic, and they are the ones who make the difference. So this is very important. To 10 minutes, stop everything, share the good comments, share the challenges, positive mindset. How can we improve? How can we do better? That's the way to go. Well, here, last but not least, keep trying new ideas and, of course, measure the results. I believe this is the way to success. And I would like to thank you so much for coming today. And if you have any questions, please ask me. I'm here for you and because of you.
혹시 강의를 들으시고 질문 사항
So
있으시면
if there is anyone who want to ask question, please raise your hand and then we will listen to the answer from the professor. Do you have any question?
네, 없다면은
If there is none,
마무리를
we're going to close this session.
국내 커피 시장과 전 세계 커피 시장 이렇게
So,
직접적으로 또 비교를
Professor
해보는
provided a
거고요.
presentation where we can see the comparing the domestic market and overseas market. Thank you very much, Professor. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you for attending today. I really appreciate that.
네, 다음 세션으로는요.
So next session is about the dramatic growth of the company. So have you ever heard a company named Bean Brothers? So in the afternoon, in the second session, the director Yoon Sun is going to be with us, and she's going to produce the community strategy for the Bean Brothers branding strategy. So please stay with us until the end of this session. And also, if you use the receiver for interpretation, please leave your receiver on the table. And please enjoy your lunch and see you in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
미래 커피 컨퍼런스
Okay, it's about to introduce the second session of the conference. Have you ever heard about Bean Brothers if you're a coffee lover?
국내에 8개 매장을 가지고
It has 8 branches in Korea, and it provides equipment and machine to the coffee shop. This big company started off from subscription. It has 1,100 subscribers. We will invite Yoon So-young, director of Bean Brothers, to hear from her about how the company grew. Please welcome her with big hand. Good afternoon. I'm Yoon So-young from Bean Brothers. Can you hear me well? You are sparsely seated. I want to ask a lot of questions and have interactions. I'm nervous standing in front of you at this vast space. I want to talk about the growth story of Bean Brothers, but I want to first talk about the coffee community, how our brand started briefly, and how we formed the community is something that I'm going to talk today. Our Bean Brothers, our brand, is remembered by the collaboration. The first picture and fourth picture is the 2017 coffee show. And this looks unfamiliar at this COVID situation. And we introduced ourselves to many participants and interacted actively with the visitors. And on the top right, we had a pop-up store in Hong Kong. We have many people's story in our Bean Brothers. Your personal coffee guide is our coffee brand's slogan. The Bean Brothers started in 2013, so it's almost 8 years ago. So the company is heading toward 10-year history, and I have been at the company from the very beginning of the company, and I did a lot of physical work, manual work, and I love to go around and act and move around. So I'm responsible for marketing and sales lead. Okay, let me go over again about the beginning of the brand. Let's go back to the future of 2013, how the coffee market looked like. Starbucks mushroomed at that time, and the coffee market was growing at the time very fast. So it was not that stagnant. The coffee market was not mature at the time, but the coffee market was growing very fast at the time. And the challenges, the issues I faced is that many people say that there are not so many tasty coffee in Korea, but there are not so many customers who know the real taste of coffee. And many people, to know how the coffee tastes, they have to try out various coffee. But the issue was that there was not so much variety of coffee to sample. So we need a guide and we need some education on coffee, and that was the diagnosis I made at the time. In 2013, what happened online was that Naver and Google search engine and platform existed, but there was also vertical platform existing in parallel. Elements, Evernote, which improves the production of Birchbox. This cosmetic subscription brand came into being at the time. And as we were reading the book called Vertical Platform, we saw the growth opportunity at the vertical business. Okay, we believe that our opportunity lies at have the coffee subscription. You know, coffee is a seasonal product, as you know. I think you know pretty well as you like coffee. There are various areas that grow coffee, and some areas grow 2 times a year or 3 times a year. And the coffee that comes into Korea by time of the year differs. For example, the Ethiopian coffee comes at this season, and Brazilian coffee comes at this time of the year. So we provided the coffee subscription to customers to let them know about the best coffee at the certain time of the season. So initially, this is how subscription looked like. We had disposable 5 cups and coffee beans contained in the subscription bag. Now we don't provide this kind of disposable cup anymore, but we provide a subscription package to give the feeling to the to a coffee drinker that they feel like drinking coffee at a coffee shop. And also we gave a brochure which titled "The Dream of the Night of Midsummer." So the biggest problem we faced at 2013 is that coffee was not an attractive product at the time, and it was not fully introduced to the customers. So we believe that the solution for this is to have an attractive guide who kindly explain about coffee and guide on coffee to the consumers. Rather than searching the Wikipedia or the internet, if someone explain kindly and slowly about the coffee, then it will make people more easily understand about coffee. So we had invited 3 coffee guide and started this subscription service. Sorry, I'm so thirsty, so I have to get my bottle of water. Jackie, Jenny, Leo, they have different positions. They were served as the coffee guides. Jenny, Jackie is responsible for the roasting position, and Jenny is a barista champion, KBS champion. So she took the position of barista, and Leo is the person at the front line of meeting the customers, contacting customers, and explaining about the coffee. And they provided the coffee guide. And you can see the personalities of these 3 coffee guides. And you can see that they have different speaking patterns. For example, Leo, when he mentioned about tasting note, so have you ever licked the tree bark? So he says in not the honorific tones, but he mentioned it in a very closed and in a very close relationship kind of tone. We started our service in 2013, and our focus was online. Yet, from the very beginning, we had offline event. So the coffee guide on this offline day introduced the coffee to the invited customers. And our customers saw us as the brand, but through these guides, they will see us coffee as these as a people, these nursery guides. But also, we attended the cafe show in 2013 November, and we had 2 booths at the time. At that time, we didn't have any coffee shop, and it was the first time we met at so many people at an exhibition or fair. So we invited Pitri Kata, who is the WMC champion, to introduce our Bean Brothers brand to the visitors. And as I remember, the coffee show was from Friday to Sunday, and this person was about to come on from Saturday, but there was a long queue line formed in front of our queue, and people were waiting almost an hour to get a coffee. Because every booth provides the free of charge coffee, and why we has long line means that we provide something special to them, and there's some attractiveness to our booth. So we realized that there is some energy or something that we could gain from this kind of booth and exhibition. In 2014, we opened the first coffee shop in Hapjeong. We didn't open at the conventional location, but we opened it at a high floor building, a story building, and it has a lot of lighting, and many gave the impression that they were in a coffee shop, not in Korea. So people felt it's exotic and loved this place. So in 2014, we opened the first shop, and then we have 8 the shops, and we have 6 stores and 2 stores in Malaysia, and also we have bakery business, retail and wholesale business. In Malaysia, we are influenced by the Australian culinary culture, and we have the kitchen there, so we serve food as well. Okay, now I have to jump into a subject called why community. This is the end of our brand story. So let me go more in depth into why community. This explains why I put the community related in the presentation slides more than our brand introduction related slides. In the beginning, we didn't do the marketing intentionally with community in mind. In 2013, we started from a scratch. So we had concern as to promote how we can best promote ourselves. Instagram was not available at the time, and SNS was not available at the time. So there are not so many channels to promote ourselves well. And YouTube was not so active in Korea. We didn't have enough marketing budget. And so we had a constraint of have a maximum marketing drive with coffee itself. So the choice we made as a solution is to meet people and promote our coffee personally. So what we did at the time is launching a coffee subscription. We tried to find high-profile people who love coffee. Today we have a lot of influencers who can be mobilized for marketing, but there was no influencer concept. The concept itself was unfamiliar at the time. So we looked for we approached the high-profile people like jazz vocalist and Ungsan, and during her concert, we introduced our brand. And also we contacted a famous calligrapher, Kong Byung-gak. He's a coffee lover himself. So we went to his craft shop to introduce our coffee. So he put his calligraphy on our box, and we distributed this coffee box to our subscribers. As coffee is loved by almost all people, and I think this kind of subscription souvenir is a very good idea. In 2013, there are not so many people who made coffee at home. So what we did is to discover the home brewer group from the very beginning. So we had a slogan called "Searching for Bean Sisters." I think this is not right for the gender issue today, but we had this slogan called "Searching for Bean Brothers." Even though we don't have offline store, there are 30 or 40 applied for this Bean Sisters. As the blog was something like the Instagram today, so we chose about 10 people, 10 bloggers. As we are looking for Bean Sisters, we got 9 female bloggers and 1 male blogger, and they were the initial home brewer group that we worked with. As we met them often, we get friendly with them, and they were loyal, the initial group for us. But we knew their lifestyle and what's their preference and what kind of coffee they loved. But our relationship did not move from there. Community is widely talked today, and the first definition of community is the kinmen, or the people living at a certain place, at a single location. The second definition is the people who who share this certain preference or certain hobby or certain things. And I think for us, the second definition suits us right, that our community is the community of the people who share the love for coffee. So we had these online sisters in the beginning, and as we entered into the mid-age of the brand, we had a coffee brand, and they worked as the face of our brand. Now, after we opened the 합정 coffee shop, we opened 4 or 5 more coffee shops. Rather than having our representation by Jenny, Leo, we wanted to have the coffee guide located at each coffee shop, and we had a barista at each shop introducing our brand, and they served as our coffee guide. In 2016 and 2020, there are many tasty coffee around, but it wasn't easy to understand coffee. Even if you drink coffee often, you don't know why coffee well. So we thought about why we don't understand coffee that well. When we interviewed one of our customers, and that person mentioned to us that it seems like we've been scolded when we go to a specialty coffee. Do you agree with me or with his comment? In the specialty coffee, you have a different tasting coffee, and you can criticism for letting the barista know about the coffee. So it's not so comfortable to talk about your personal preference and talk about your knowledge about coffee. So the ideal situation at the coffee shop is what is shown in this picture, is like have a free interaction with the bartender, sitting close to the bartender and talk with the bartender. These photos are real, and we had, and actually that this customer actually brewed the coffee by herself. She tried that while having interaction with this bartender. We believe it's important that coffee's name is important, like natural important. Arabica is important, but what we hope more is that customers remember the name of the barista. This is a stamp card, and you can see that the barista's names are indicated on the stamp. Still, we stick to the analog method of having this stamp and put the stamp on the stamp card. And when you have 20 stamps, we get 1 cup of coffee for free. And when you have barista name on the stamp, there are 2 good things. First is that the customer can remember the name of the barista. And secondly, from barista's perspective, when barista can remember by looking at the stamp that whom of the barista served this specific customer.
김춘수의 꽃 시에서도 보면은
If you read the poem, the Kim Chun-soo, flower, you can see that before you name the flower, it's just a flower. And if you look at the Little Prince, you can see that it's not easy to remember the name. Barista means you see that many people don't remember the name, but if a customer remember the name of the customer, they feel the coffee, one cup of coffee served by us, more personalized.
한달 동안의 기간 안에 20명의 바리스타를 만나라 이런 이제 컨셉이었어요.
And we had stamp race and competition. The mission gave to the customer is that meet 20 baristas within a month. Within a month.
커피 가이드를 만났으면
And we had this mission given to the customers to make customers find the barista they love.
마지막에 제이스라는 바리스타를 만나러 가는
And this is the stamp card where this person had almost like 20, and this person has one barista missing, and that person's name was Jace.
최근에 읽게 되었는데요. 거기서
I read a book called Superman recently,
어떤 퍼널별로 커뮤니티를 구분을 하는
and it has 4 tiers of customer. The bottom tier of the pyramid is on regular audience.
온라인이면은 뭐
For example, online, on the internet, the first traffic or the first visitor of our website or the SNS,
활발한 구독자로
or in online or offline, then this person could be the first visitor or first visitor of our coffee shop.
어느 정도 알게 되는 그런
And the second tier of the pyramid, layer of the pyramid, is an active subscriber. And the second to the top of the pyramid is the friendly community. And this person are very active participants of the community. And at the top is a Superman. This Superman is the person who is doing something for the Superman, for the brand, even if we don't ask them to do the job. And these people are like the ambassador of the brand who actively promote our brand.
페프님의 그래서 그 책의 요점은 당신의 브랜드가
And the author of the book said that what is important is not the heavy traffic, but
그런 사람이
what is important is to have the Superman. And if you have 1,000 Supermen, then you can make your brand $10 billion brand.
비즈니스에 어떤 돈을 지불한다라고 하면은 계속
So Superman makes your brand sustainable.
그리고 저희가 너무나 잘 아는 에어비앤비도
Airbnb, that you know well, is that there were a lot of supermen who served as the initial ambassador of this accommodation brand.
당신은 에어비앤비에 대해서 몇 명의 사람들한테
So, for example, if there is a person called Earth, how many people did you promote as an ambassador of A and B? And this Earth has promoted to almost 1,000 people. So Superman doesn't exist internally, but these people are indispensable for us.
저희도 카페쇼를 이제 계속해서 나갔었는데
We went to various coffee fair
5년을 나가는 동안
almost 5 years.
카페쇼 부스가 이제 10시에 개장을 하면
When our booth opened at
10월에 저희
10 a.m. in the morning,
그때 막
our booth
뛰어오시는
were located at the 3rd floor, and there were some visitors, customers who waited until our booth opens.
맨 처음에 찾아올
And we wondered, why are they waiting for our booth to open up very early in the morning? So we wondered whether they are super fan, and we talked with them, and they become the maniatic fan of the Bean Brothers. And we are surfing for the Bean Brother mania. We're not looking for the supporters, but we just put that if you are interested, please fill out the questionnaires and surveys here. And we just did this to know their feedback, to get their feedback on our brand. From 2017, we did an online survey, and almost there were 100 respondents. And we invited them and tried to so that we can make them as a loyal fan of our brand. And the answer we chose, and we provided them with this kind of invitation card, and so that we can have a personal connection with them. So we invited some of the people who we came to know through our community online, and also those we came to know through the barista working at offline coffee shop. We had a Bean Bros night in 2019, and it was a big event. We had various games during this event, and also find coffee beans hidden in the room. But because of the COVID, we could not have this big kind of offline event anymore. They are located in between our customer and our internal staff. So I believe it's important that we share with them of our history and who we are. So we had a private and exclusive roastery tour for them to know better about us. And also we invited them for the class and taught them about the coffee. Because of the COVID, we could not have offline meeting, so we had used Slack Messenger to open a chat room to introduce about our coffee and share our coffee information and talk about coffee with them. So I mentioned about the community building of our brand. The last topic, I'm going to talk about the latest in the branding activities. I'm going to talk about we have the community building, not just for the brand, but on the each coffee shop level. And for the, I think this is a good idea that you can try on for the coffee shop owner, the offline coffee shop owner. And we started this, we had a very big central police. We were rented a space there, which is like 5th or 6th floor of the office building. It was the first time that we opened our shop at our office building. And so we were able to meet with various office workers. And there were some complaints that we are in the same building, and why don't you give us the discount on your coffee? And we we talked with our barista to decide whether it's appropriate for us to give them, the office people, office workers, salarymen, a discount. But office people doesn't mean that they are loyal customers. So it would be better that we give a discount to the frequent visitors and frequent customers instead. And so in the offline, and we thought about what we can do on offline. And in the online, we did a lot of activities to draw customers. But in the offline, there's not so many the customer attraction activities you can think of. So we opened a Kakao channel and make people to add our brand channel as their friend, so that we can communicate with these potential customers. We have 1,200 members for Bean Brothers Kyeol. But the Kyeol is one of our name of our coffee shop. But for other stores, we have similar this kind of channels. And I think for the coffee shop owners with several coffee shops, I think this approach is something that is applicable for us. But you know pretty well that there is a possibility that the channel is you know that not many people often visit this this kind of channel, so it's better that we use the channel that can be applicable for our whole brand, and so that we can build the coffee community building. And in the offline, sometimes the approach we use that we gave a free coffee for the visitors, and why don't you add our channel in the Kakao channel? Or for example, we give sometimes we give a flower to the coffee shop owner, and why don't you add us as a Kakao friend? You know, Instagram is a one-way communication, but Kakao channel is a two-way interactions. So you can have very active, interactive communications. As you can see here on this various list of comments. And this gives an impression and strengthens your sense of community. We introduce about our barista and also talk about the coffee and give a light coffee story. And also we give not so coffee story, but something like the marathon course you can run, and also introduce some place that you can enjoy coffee, or you can give a home cocktail recipe that you can make with coffee. And I think this kind of approach can enhance the sense of community. So this kind of approach can make you to approach your customers on a more personal level. Recently, the offline business, is very difficult, especially in times of COVID-19. And especially that is also the case for the coffee shop owners.
브랜드의 사랑에 빠지게 할 수 있다는 점인 것 같아요.
I think the offline space, I think, has its significance is that it makes your brand to be loved by the customers on a personal level. Even if the online can make your brand familiar for them, for the online users, but you cannot make through this approach these users to love your brand genuinely. But offline is easier than online. Offline is easier than online to make the customers love your brand and become a big fan. And offline space can make people experience and showcase our brand. And we surveyed how people came to know about Bean Broad homepage, and almost 39% of the respondents say that they came to be aware of our website from our offline store. And also, they've been recommended by those whom they know that, and from them they got the introduction and recommended of our brand. So you can tell that offline space is a good place to promote our brand and become more personal. So the community, what we want, we are dreaming of, is to have a Korean barista. This is the newsletter we have recently launched, and we distribute this newsletter every Thursday and Wednesday. And there are various subjects we cover. For example, how does coffee help your health, and how Americans drink coffee. And we're trying to cover in this newsletter various interesting coffee-related subjects, or some issues that baristas face, health issues like tunnel syndrome, for example, or how they can relieve pain on their wrist. If you scan this QR code, you can actually see the newsletter we publish every week. Thank you. So I mentioned about the community building and importance of community, and the important and how we can improve community. I think you can get that ideas from these books. And the first book I would like to introduce is the book called Involvement, which relates to the Xiaomi case of China. And the second book in the middle is about women brothers. And the third book is what I mentioned with the pyramid, which is a super fan. So these books gave me a lot of inspiration on community building. So I hope that my presentation helped you with building the community on your coffee. If you have any questions about our brand or community building, or not something that is not related, I will try to answer all the questions you ask me. Thank you. Any question? You can ask freely. Please pass on the microphone. So you started off in 2013 without any offline coffee shop. And did you
저희가 그
have a subscription as your business model in mind?
그런 모임 전문 공간, 스터디
We
카페를
we had a study cafe in the but at the time the space was the focus, not the coffee. But we want to have more coffee specialized service and business, and translating into offline involves more investment, and we started off as the project to test our business ideas. The first name we had was a coffee group, not a coffee group. So we had a able group. So our first focus was more of space rather than coffee. But as we tested our various ideas through the project, but this Bean Brothers coffee business grew more. We don't have this space business anymore. Any more question? Okay, thank you very much. We had a chance to listen to the story of Bean Brothers. Coffee is about flavor and aroma, and it seems like in the coffee business requires careful planning. So Bean Brothers, I think, has is more personal than just a business. It has more than 1,000 super fans. So it's a well-established brand now, and it has a huge growth potential. Okay, the last session is about Bean Brothers. Grinder. So the machine grinder, does it affect the taste of the coffee? And the question, the answer to this question can be answered at the last session. As today is the last day of our conference, I hope that you really enjoy the last day of the Coffee Expo and also this conference. Okay, I'll meet you at 3:10. Thank you.
So most of the baristas do not have the measuring tools. So the extraction standards for them is only the taste and flavor. But this time you're going to have the solution to this question. So now we're going to have the explanation session as well as an extraction demonstration. Even though you have the same bean, you will have a different taste with the different tools. So you can see and check what did happen with this session. So I'm going to introduce the technician Kim Il-sung from Bean Brothers. Please welcome him with a round of applause. So first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Hee-sung Kim. I'm a technician of Bean Brothers. In particular, I'm in charge of the machine maintenance in the shop and also help the machines that are available in the cafe owners. So let me say hello to all of you. So today I'm going to explain about the equipment section, and it's about all the machines in the coffee making, including grinder. So before many people start their own cafe, they think about this kind of the equipment, including grinder. So when you use the coffee whole beans in your shop, in your cafe, I'm always visiting them and try to make an installation or setting point. So what I am surprised is that they already have a machine and equipment in place in their cafe. So, but the problem is that this kind of equipment, setting, and installation is not the appropriate situation. So every time I visit the cafe, I wasn't able to support them fully because the equipment is not the one that we expected. So what kind of equipment, what kind of grinder will be the best for you in your cafe? That is the one question that we will answer through this session. Next, I'm going to talk about the espresso machine first, as you can see in the table of the contents. So first one is espresso machine, and second, I'm going to talk about the selection criteria for a grinder. So I have been using various machines and various espresso machine and grinders. With these experiences, I was able to set certain criteria to select which one is a good machine or which one is bad. And also, I have a certain criteria for you to select the machine as available in this slide. So based on this criteria, please select your machine. So let me briefly explain how you can select the espresso machine. Many people think the espresso machine makes a difference in your taste of a coffee. So Lamaru machine, which is very expensive, $20,000 to $30,000, and also if it is a cheap machine, it will make a poor impact on the taste of coffee. But that's not the case. Let me tell you. So espresso machine is the one to steaming and pressurizing water in the coffee. It does not make a big difference in taste of the coffee. So espresso machine and creates a certain uniformity in the taste of the coffee rather than just creating a new flavor or coffee taste. So it creates a consistency in the coffee. The better the machine is, the more consistent you can have in terms of coffee quality. So if it is a good espresso machine, meaning that it could provide a good consistency in the coffee taste. But if you have a good grinder, it will also enhance a quality of the coffee. Some grinders were not able to create a right extraction, and other grinders provide a good extraction, so enrich the flavor and also enhance the overall taste of coffee. So I believe that grinder is a make or break element in the coffee taste. So let me summarize. Good espresso machine provides consistency and quality, and grinder will enhance the quality. So let me give you the criteria for machine selection. So here I listed up four criteria. One is that the ease of use. So when barista uses espresso machine, it should be very convenient. That's the ease of use. A second criteria is a durability. So the machine should be very durable, so it should not be failed during the business hours. And third thing is that the ease of maintenance. The last one is the production consistency. So let me take one by one. So let me talk about the ease of use. Maybe there are many elements in terms of ease of use, but I'd like to talk about two things. First one is the extraction time display. Whether there is a display for extraction time, that's the one thing you need to check. And second thing is that whether there is an automatic cleaning function available. So display is a critical point. So why? So barista extract the espresso. I don't say that barista is the one who extract the coffee. Everybody can do the extraction of the coffee, but barista is considering all the variables in the coffee and make a consistent coffee. And barista is the one who control overall taste of the coffee. In order to have a consistent coffee, we need to set the criteria. One of the important criteria for this is that the extraction time. How long does it take for the extraction, so that you can ensure the consistency. So please look at the extraction time. So 34. So 25 seconds is the one for extraction time as a desired time for you. So if you don't have any display for this, you should have set a timer beside you. And also, when you start to extract, you need to press this timer. And if you finish the extraction, you need to also press this timer again to check how long does it take. However, if you have a display, it is very easy for you to check the extraction time. So that's why I am recommending the machine with a display. And those who have been working in the cafe, you know there are a lot of machines which are not allowing you to do the automatic cleaning, so which will create a big inconvenience. But here, in this machine, is not allow barista to do the cleaning, the automatic cleaning. So in that case, barista should do the cleaning in person. So it means that the barista should spend more than 10 to 20 minutes in front of the machine. However, if there is any automatic cleaning function, barista does not have to spend much time in front of the machine. So it creates a lot of differences in terms of a fatigue for barista, whether there is any automatic cleaning function is available or not in the machine. And also steam capacity and other things are there are also elements in the espresso machine. But other than those, I believe these two are the biggest elements in the criteria for you to find the good machine. And also the second criteria is durability. The machine that you are using is mostly you chose this because you saw this in the exhibition hall or the store. So our company is not a machine provider. Our company is a coffee bean provider, so that I could frankly talk about this. So mostly the machine providers said that their machine is very durable. But in fact, if you look into closely, that's not the case. So when I heard the cafe owners or the machine users, there are a lot of different stories about those machines. So in terms of durability, how you can check, you need to check how many failures happen per year. So we are using the Lamar machine in our cafe because of durability. This machine is rarely out of order, maybe less than once a year. So when I say the failure, is that the big failure that suspended the operation of the business. And this Lamar machine and does not have any kind of failures. On average, 0.85 per year. So I think that fulfills our requirements to run our cafe. So that I would like to emphasize the durability. Because of that reason, we are using this machine. So, but how you can count, how you can measure the average number of failure per year? So in order to check this, you need to know the components and parts, internal components and parts of the machine. So Lamar Joko machine has the pipelines which are all made up of the copper and also stainless steel. So there's less leakage and clog here. However, other machines using the silicone and plastic tube, which are not very much durable and creates a lot of leakage and also clog. so less durable than those using the metal parts. Let me take an example. Some machines are made up of the plastic tube pipelines. Always, these plastic tube lines is broken. And so that's why I am visiting there and then replacing the tube often. So when there is a broken tube lines, you cannot run your business and run a cafe. You need to stop working. And so if it is less expensive, this internal parts is made up of copper. If it is a upscale and highly expensive machine, normally it is made up of the stainless steel. So if you look into the machine and then see that what kind of material is used, you will see whether it is not going to be out of order or not. And that's something that I can point out. And next one is the ease of maintenance. When I say ease of maintenance, there are several elements you need to check. So there are certain consumables the barista should replace. For example, gasket and shower screen. Those are the consumables. So how often, how easy that you can replace those consumables are important factor you need to consider. For example, this machine, shower screen is made up of the screw, so you can easily replace by unscrewing it. And also, FEMA is a good machine, I understand, but in terms of ease of maintenance, shower screen and gasket are the standalone machine. So for the general people, layman's perspective, it is not easy to disassemble. It's not getting out easily from the machine. So if you are not savvy of the machine, you might have a lot of mistakes, and sometimes there will be a scratch while you are replacing the consumables. And also you need to check the location of the main failing parts. Mostly there are the parts and components which can be out of order quickly, and they are also hidden. It's not visible from your perspective in the machine. In that case, you cannot fix it very easily. Also, when technician comes and then replace this consumable, these parts, it will take a lot of time because disassemble all entire machine. So Lamar is easier in terms of maintenance and replacement with a good the holes. So when technician visits to replace, it only takes less than 30 minutes and complete the repair. So just open the top and then see the solenoid and flow meter so that you can check whether this machine will give you ease of maintenance. And Salama brand Capelasa, I opened the top of this machine. You can see the solenoid is at the top, and also you can see the pipelines easier. In that case, you can replace the parts and consumables easily. So please check those kind of things. And also, third thing is that the ease of removing the outer panel, because you need to adjust the pump by removing the outer panel to this thermal machine. So you just unscrew the left side so that you can adjust the motor flow. And also, fourth thing is about the ease of use the tool, and also how easy to extract water and also adjust the temperature and pressure. That is also important. So certain machines allow you to easily control the temperature and pressure. So that's an important part in terms of ease of maintenance. And also, what about the drain valve to drain the water inside the boiler? So for the technician perspective, it is really important to make easier draining in the valve. So that's something that you can consider when you select the espresso machine. And fourth thing is that the most important the criteria is that consistency, production consistency. So please emphasize this criteria, production consistency. If machine does not provide a consistency, you will not have a loyal customer or regulars, because they are expecting the uniform quality and taste of the coffee. So first time this customer said, think that the coffee from this cafe is very nice, but next time the taste is different, their expectation will be broken down, and then there will not be a regular customer for you. So why the many customers are going to the Starbucks? Because whenever you go to Starbucks, you will have a consistent and the same expected taste of coffee. So when I say that consistency is a consistent flow of espresso, and also second thing is the constant brewing water temperature. These two, constant and consistency, are important. So when you extract espresso, many machines have a fluctuation in terms of extraction amount, even to plus minus 5 gram. So when I say that plus or minus 5 gram, so I set the espresso to be out 38 grams, but minimum 33 and maximum 42. So 10 grams differences can be found in this machine. It is very big difference. So 10 gram is that 30% of the set point of 38. So please, let me make an analogy. What about the instant noodle? So if you have the saltiness by the percent of 10% differences, how do you feel about that? You're not going to taste the same. You want to taste the same instant noodle outcome rather than this kind of saltiness differences. So that's something you need to consider. Uniformity and consistency is important. So laminar Joku machine is the one which provide exact the constant flow and constant temperature. So plus minus 0.5 deviation. That's the only differences that this machine provide. Others are failing in terms of consistency. So if you have a scale at the bottom in the machine, you can have a you may also ensure the consistency in the express amount and temperature express amount. So I know that there are a lot of machines, even they are sold at the 25 and 30 million Korean won, but even though they are very expensive, their consistency is not achieved. So please make sure this kind of criteria when you choose espresso machine. So extraction water, also their temperature should be maintained. So you can kind of fathom the temperature by looking at the boiler. So whether it is a single boiler and dual boiler, or the heat exchanger boiler and other types of boiler. So you can look at the boiler types and you can assume the extraction water temperature. So let me take an example of right side is a dual boiler system, left side is a steam boiler, right side is a coffee boiler. So left side, steam and key water button, and right side coffee boiler, coffee extraction dedicated part. So in the coffee boiler there is a heater and temperature, and also boiler itself is very large. So 70 milliliter will be put in the coffee extraction, but here dual boiler size is 10 liter large and minimum 5 liter large. So 5 to 10 liter water temperature is not going to go down further. So but the other one, So the temperature maintenance is very excellent. Left side, this machine, single boiler. As you can see, one is the steam boiler, and the second is the extraction water contained part. Normally we said it is a heat exchanger. So the heating method is different. First one, there is no filter available in the heat exchanger. And the second is the steam boiler with a high temperature in the steam boiler. So it's indirectly heating the extraction water available in the number one in the part. So number one, the heat exchanger is larger in the FEMA machine, but this exchanger only contains a 500 milliliter. So I told you that 70 milliliter is required to extract the water. If 70 milliliter water enter, the temperature goes down further. And also, number two, steam boiler, temperature 150 degrees Celsius. And if you do not use for a longer time, the extraction water temperature will be similar to extraction water. So when you boil water, if temperature goes up above 100 degrees Celsius, and when you press the button, you will hear a kind of steaming sound. So this heat exchanger, if you do not use very often, when water is coming out, and the water is coming out while it is boiling. So if you do not use for a longer time, temperature go up too much, or if you often use, the water temperature go up too high. So the water temperature variation is too much in this kind of machine. So when you have a different water temperature, so extracted coffee ratio and taste will be changed. So which means that it will change the consistency and uniformity of the coffee, and also it will make a difference on the crema of coffee very a lot, much worse in terms of uniformity. So I told you that the right machine has a high capability of the temperature maintenance. So I told you that we use a Llama machine, and you can see the coffee boiler is there, and also here this is the extraction part. The extracted water is coming from the glue pad, and the filter and temperature are available in the boiler. So heater is in the boiler, and the temperature thermostat is available near the heater. So the water is exposed to the outside, so it's cooling down very quickly. But the thermostat is too distant, so it cannot exactly measure what the temperature is in the water. So that in fact, the water coming out from this machine has differences in 1 to 3 degrees Celsius between the water coming out and the temperature available in the thermostat in the boiler. So when we use the Amaru Joko, we get some water out and then boil the water. So for about 100 seconds, we get the water out and then try to make a set point. And every 10 seconds, we take this water out and then make an extraction, so that we can maintain certain water temperature to maintain the temperature of the coffee. So lastly, I would like to show this. This is a T3 boiler, the best performing machine in terms of temperature maintenance. This is a T3 company, the machine. T3 model and Black Eagle model are using this T3 boiler system. So cold water going through T1, and then 5 milliliter go to the T2, and this hot water is passing through the T3 and then boiling and heating. So this machine and this mechanism allows you to maintain the hot temperature. The temperature will never go down. So we already checked the testing outcome. So if you want to, we can share with you. So temperature is not going down, always maintained consistently. That's why this one is the best boiler system available in the world as of now. And so many people said that pressure is also important element in the selecting espresso machine. But let me tell you, so this is how we experiment pressure, whether the extraction pressure make a difference on the taste of the coffee. After this experiment, 6.5, 10.5 bar, we don't see any differences in terms of outcome of the coffee taste. So from the 3 to 6, extraction is going speed up, and from the 6 to 12, there is no problems, but from the 12.5 bar, you will see the extraction time is speeding up. So when you take out the coffee, and you will see the 10 bar, and the second extraction, you will see the pressure went down, and maybe 1 bar differences between the two. But when we experimented, 1 bar difference in pressure does not make any differences in terms of coffee taste. And also when we do the blind test with this different coffee under the different pressure circumstances, the tasters see no difference in taste. So this is a machine with a 4 pump, the pressure pump, as you can see. So if you have this 4, even though there is a simultaneous extraction, there is no way that you see that the pressure go down. So the pressure does not make any differences in terms of coffee taste. So you don't have to spend much money on the high pressure machine. So this is all about the selection criteria of espresso machine for you. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask. So regarding the espresso machine, if there's no, let me turn to the next one. So I brought the 2 machines. I was supposed to provide a demonstration about the extraction, whether you can tell the differences in the taste between different machines. But due to COVID-19, we were not able to do it. So please understand. In fact, setting pressure and setting the temperature, you will have a same extraction the coffee. Even though we have 2 different machines, if you have the same pressure and same temperature, you will never see the differences in terms of coffee taste. So the espresso machine is all about consistency and uniformity. And second thing is that the selection criteria for coffee grinder. As I told you before, coffee grinder create a make or break impact on the taste of coffee. So the criteria of the selection criteria is the same for the espresso machine. It's the ease of use and ease of maintenance, and also production uniformity. I mean, first, I would like to talk about the production efficiency. So we are looking at the discharge time of this grinder. How long does it take from the discharge? We are using the robot grind of the Magic brand. So in order to grind 20 gram, it only takes 3 seconds. Super Joule is the one that was used quite a lot for many cafes. or many people are using the pure grinder as well. So this super grinder takes only the 20 seconds. It's 3 times longer than the one we are using. So if you're cafe, there are a lot of people standing in line. In that case, it is really important to create how many cups of coffee you can create per hour, because this peak time, how many coffee you can sell will also make a big differences in revenue. So that's why I believe that discharge time is really important. And also, next one is the degree of scattering of beans during dispensing. Some grinders have a lot of scattering, and then missile blowing powders. In that case, a barista should spend time cleaning those the remnants. And the next one is a Ross rate by internal chamber size. Left side, this is a place where the grounds were stored. It is called the chamber. So when barista, this is a retention, so retention should be thrown away after you grind for the next discharge. So 55 to 60 grams will be abandoned. So after that, you can change. You can also control and adjust the grinding degree resolution. So when barista started to work, when they sat in the morning by using 500, 600 grams. That's quite a big loss. So it is really important to check the loss rate of the grinder. So you can reduce the chamber size and then reduce the loss rate. In fact, with the new grinders, we are able to reduce this loss rate. So please check the loss rate of the grinder. And next one is in durability. How many times the grinder breaks down per year? We use the major brand. Why? Because compared to the other brands, it is very durable, because other brands are using the OEM parts and then they gather together all the OEM components and create it. But major brand is developing and producing the components in-house. So in that case, they have a better durability than others. So our major grinder is 8 years old. It never breaks down. It never been broken down in our cafe. So we have a different grounds and dipping ground than others. This grinder broke down several times a year. In that case, barista really avoid using this kind of machine. So how many times it broke down, it really matters. And next one is the ease of use. There are several consumables in the grinder. First, blade, and also the subscreen, and also condenser. Those are screen and condenser and blade. Three consumables are major consumables to be replaced. So you need to check whether you can easily replace this blade in the grinder. So major grinder, if it is an old one, it is difficult to replace it, but recent one is easy to be replaced. Just unscrew 4 screws so that you can replace them. However, other models such as this is a dipping grinder. So you need to open the cover entirely so that you can replace it. And also the golden ring should be disassembled so that you can replace the blade. So how easy to replace blade is the one element that you need to consider. And also the dozer screen as well. So this is a rubber grinder, the disassembling situation. You can see the part where the beans powder is coming out. So you need to create certain resistance so that the bean powders is not going to scatter. So doja screen is the one to prevent the coffee bean powders to be from scattering. So measured grinder, you just take out the bean so that you can replace the doja screen. But other the grinders, you need to unscrew all, disassemble all the beans and then order dishware so that you can replace doja screen. Here, this one is that you need to open the plate and unscrew the screw and then take it out the motor as well so that you can finally replace silicone flipper. So So I always telling the coffee owners not to purchase dipping grinder because it is really difficult to maintain and repair and replace. So you need to clean the discharging point once a week. Otherwise, there will be a lot of remnants and the dust. So in the beginning, it's not the case, but as time goes by, there will be a lot of the coffee powders coming out. So I'm not recommending dipping grinder for people. And next one is a condenser. So it's rarely replaced by the barista. So I don't think it's the element that you need to consider. Anyhow, I like to emphasize that how easy to be disassembled. That's a very important factor you need to consider when select a grinder. And last part is that the production quality. So it is most important part, criteria for grinder. You need to check two things. First one is whether it has a appropriate TDS value if we extract according to our recipe. So you can use you can measure the TDS, this TDS measuring tool. So our machine has a 1.25, 1.35 TDS value. That's a total dissolved solids. So total dissolved solids is very small in the coffee. So since we have a 1.22 TDS in this coffee, so 300 milligram was extracted from the grinder. So 3.6 gram is the coffee ingredient. That's the measurement value of the TDS. If you know well about the TDS, you can see the coffee, the components, coffee ingredients in the coffee bean. So if you fail to extract very well, you will see the TDS go over the appropriate setting point. So you need to calculate this TDS so that you can see whether your extraction was successful or not. If there is a problem, the TDS will go over the set point. Go below the set point that you make. So you need to select the grinder which can implement the set TDS. So using the bottomless portafilter, you can extract the coffee, and then you will see whether there is a channeling or not. That's also important in terms of machine quality. This is a channeling. So most of the people are thinking that channeling is all about attributable to the barista. Barista was very poor, so the channeling was not successful. But that's not true. Channeling has something to do with the grinder performance, not with the barista performance. Right side and left side. Right side is a superzolic the extraction. You can see the maintenance. Whether barista do something or not, this machine provides channeling. Whether barista extract with a different angle, or 45 angle. I'm sorry, without any big changes in an angle of extracting, this machine will provide a consistent channeling. Like the one on your left side. So those who are using the bottomless potapeter, they said that they saw that poor channeling. That's why they don't want to use a bottomless potapeter, but it's not. It's depending on the machine. So some grinder has certain channeling and other grinder does not have a channeling. So it's all about the grinder's performance rather than about the barista's performance. But many people do not believe about the cause and reasons of the channeling. Why channeling is taking place? We don't know what part of the grinder causes this channeling. So our recipe is the 20 gram of the whole bean, and the particle size is not consistent. Some are very big and others are small. So this is a graph, the particle size graph that we have as a statistics. So we measure this particle size with our own measuring device. So every size is not the same. Some are very big and others are very small. So this small size and these are the smaller size beans are playing a role in the blocking in the hole in the pore of the machine. So in that case, you have a channeling like this. So left side, small particle is going to be discharged a lot. So in fact, if you use a super solid, if you get the water in the cup and then shake it and then make it the extracted, the grinded powder even, in that case you will see the better channeling after that. So I would like to emphasize that the channeling is something to do with the grinder, not with the barista. So this is all about the selection criteria for a grinder. So is it okay that I received a question from you? I would like to open the floor for the question. So if you have a question, please ask it. And now I'm going to show you, if there is no question to be asked, I'm going to show you how to extract.
바리스타에 문제가 있을 수 있기 때문에 제가 핑계를 이용해서 템핑을 할 겁니다.
I do not want to put the barista's element in this demonstration, so I'm going to use the machine. So please show this part. So why don't you show this? So the part that I want to show you is not visible through this camera. I'm sorry that the important part is not shown in the screen. So can you see now?
잘 나오고 있죠.
So you can see that the coffee is extracted very well.
이거는 제가 추출을 다시 한 번만 보여드릴게요.
So let me show you once again.
추출되는 게 좀 중요해서
So first extraction really matters. So that's why I want to show you again.
처음에 추출되는 양상을 볼게요.
So let me show you how the first reaction pattern is made.
이렇게 모이면
So
추출이 되고
overall, the extraction goes like this. In first converging, the extraction is in converging, and in 17 seconds, you can see the consistent color of coffee extraction coming out from the machine.
로버 그라인더로 추출을 할 경우에는
So if you use a lobe machine,
템핑을 기울여서 템핑을 하더라도 항상 이렇게 균열하게 추출된다.
so even though the barista do the tamping, you can see that very uniform extraction from the machine.
두 번째는 제가 슈퍼졸리 그라인더로 추출해 볼게요.
So I'm going to extract coffee using superzolic machine.
똑같이 원두도 양도 똑같이 맞췄고
It's the same amount of coffee bean. And also I use auto machine to take this out. And please watch this first
한쪽으로만
extraction.
나오죠.
So you can see that the channeling takes place.
이쪽에 막힌 거예요. 앞쪽.
And front side is already blocked and clogged.
한쪽은 진하게
What
나오고
about the color? One side is very thick and other side is not thick and a little bit weak, as you can see.
이렇게 추출이 되면 어떤 문제가 있냐면
So what will happen when we have this kind of extraction?
이런 식으로 추출이 되면은
So after this,
일단 당연히 채널링이 생겼기 때문에
so channeling took place.
한쪽은 계속 물이 흘러서
So one
이게
side
쓰고 텁텁한 맛이 나고
constantly water
다른
is
한쪽은
available,
추출이
so
잘안
it's
됐기 때문에
bitterly.
약간 산미가 좀
And the
강하게
other side,
날 수가 있어요. 전체적으로 좀
you have a lot of the
연하게
coffee
나와요.
bean
그래서 이번에는
ingredients,
제가
so
이 두 개를 추출해서
so too acid.
요 장비를 이용해서
So the
TDS를
taste
바로
is not
튀겨서
balanced.
보여드리겠습니다.
So now I'm going to make an even TDS and then make an extraction.
여기 영상으로 보이실 수 있게 제가 바닥에다가 잡고 있어요.
I'm going to show you by putting this on the bottom and floor so that you can see well.
완성된 음료의 크레마만 보시더라도
So please look at the crema in the complete extraction. So right side is coming from rubber ground and the other one is from the supersonic machine.
TDS로 바로 찍어.
So let me just measure the TDS.
거 먼저.
So first one is from the rubber ground. What's the TDS value?
좀 낮게 나왔네요.
It's
1.11% 나왔어요.
1.11% of TDS.
문제가 있나 보네요.
I believe that there's problem in this extraction.
이번에는
Next,
그라인더로 추출한 거 한번
I'm going to measure the TDS value of those out of supersonic machine.
이번에 0.87% 나왔죠.
0.87%.
0.87%면 어느 정도냐면은
0.87% means
약간 커피 마셨을 때 그냥 커피 향 입힌 물이라고 생각을 하시면
it's slightly like a water.
지금 그라인더
with the coffee flavor.
바뀌어도
So with the different grinder, you will see the big differences in TDS
많은
value.
분들이 아마 옛날에 그라인더에 따라서 맛이 달라진다라고 얘기를 많이 들어보셨을 텐데
I think many people heard that the grinder makes a difference in the coffee taste.
향이 되게 풍부하게 나고
And
플랫버
some
그라인더는 뭐 되게 맛이
conic-
묵직하게 느껴진다라고도 많이 얘기 들어보셨을
Coney
겁니다.
blind has the
뭐 맛에서도 차이가
the
생길 수 있고
rich
실제로 이제 저렇게 TDS 농도값도 차이가 나고
flavor, and also you have depending on the what kind of bird types you heard that there will be a certain taste difference. So that's true. The grinder
제가 지금 보여드린 것처럼
is creating certain differences in terms of taste of coffee. So if you do the extraction after by using this different grinder, you will see actually experience the differences. So please select the grinder which does provide a better taste of the coffee.
상대적으로 RPM이 높았습니다. 그래서
So
RPM이 낮은 애들은 상대적으로 채널링이 상대적으로
low RPM provided less channeling, and with also better the TDS value.
메저 로버 그라인더 뭐 코니
Lower ground, Coney, Contact K-Tech,
미토스 2나
and Vitas 2, AMP MSP2.
뭐잘 될 때도 있고 안 될 때도 있긴
Those have a kind of ups and downs in their performance, but the low RPM machine provided better the taste without any channeling after extraction, according to my experience.
또 여기까지 또 궁금한 거
This is all about the demonstration of the machine using. So, do you have any question? Please feel free. I was supposed to invite the audience from the floor to do the experience and extraction on the stage, but due to time restraint, I cannot do that. So, if there's no question, I'd like to wrap up my lecture here. Thank you very much.
질문하실 분 안 계신가요?
So, is there anyone who wants to ask question while you are watching or listening to this lecture? Do you have anything to ask? If there is none, I'm going to wrap up this session. So from the theory to the demonstration, I was able to learn more about the machine. It was very surprising, to see that there is a differences in the taste of the depending on the selection of the grinder. And so please give him a round of applause for their wonderful lecture. So Coffee EXPO Seoul 2021 Future Coffee Conference Open Next is now approaching the closing time. So I think it's just a day ago to start this conference. Now we are closing time. Hope that this future coffee conference will be very helpful for your future business. So I'm promising that we are going to have a rich the content of conference next year. The dear audience and also the audience who are with us through the YouTube, let me extend my warm gratitude to all of you. And it's a pandemic era. The rest of the 2021, I wish you a profound success and health. With that, I'm going to wrap up this conference. My name is Gondam. I was leading this conference. Thank you very much.